Windstorm! Death from above!
Where did he go? There he is. There we go. I see. Okay, so much for trying to find that new dust, because, you know, they delivered it. That's actually a lot of it. Wow. Well, let's see what I can do with this. Is there any way to learn it? Of course not. I was hoping. Not your house? Why can't I pick anything up? Alright, so let's disconnect and reconnect. There we go. Alright, so now I need to make that thing. Hello! How you doing this morning? I'm doing good. Yeah, I just got online. Nice. I will have to make that. There we go. Cobblestone and lapis. That'll be what I make mine out of. Crafting an altar is 1 piece of Ventium dust and 1 stone. Do I have any stone, though? I have 1 piece of stone. Gonna need to make more, though. Need my lapis. Five? I think I need 5. Let's go ahead and make 7, though, just in case. Because I can always break them back down. That is beautiful. Okay. OMG Gaming with Jen is outside your door. I live for gaming with Jen and popular MMOs. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh! You were talking about the person. Super girly gamer. Huh. Well, regardless of who they are, they want to kill me. What was I attacked by? I need to kill you. No, I need to kill you. Thank you. I need food. Like now. There we go. Good food. Kill him, Cinder. Seriously? Alright, it's this dagger then. It's gotta be. Every time I use the Cinderfall sword... Oh. Yeah. Every time I use the Cinderfall sword, the game, like, lags. So let's put that away for right now. Because my monking sword does more damage anyway. Huh. Alright. So let's see. It is 5 by 5. If I had Moonstone, I'd love to make the brick one, but I don't have Moonstone. I guess I will go ahead and fill that in with dirt. Or, well, no. Let's build it over here. Those rocks get real annoying. So 1, 2. So far, so good. Let's see. Those are all stairs. I need to remove the centralmost block. Replace it with lapis. I need pumpkin seeds. And then stairs. Okay. Wait, how many do I need? 6, 8, 12. That is correct. None of those landed correctly. That's looking good. Alright, so now I need a lever and a lectern. They both go on the same side. The lectern's easy enough. It's just a slab, some planks. I don't think the type of wood actually matters. So let's just try to make the lectern out of any wood. Do I have slabs? I had slabs. I do not have slabs. Seems that it worked. All right. Gotcha. So I've got it done correctly. All right. So now I need to find that book. They both are. I don't know which one is which. It's my touch. Okay, so this is the one I need. Flip the switch. Okay, I need a blank rune. Oh, this is the... That's the dig spell. I'd rather have the light spell. There we go. Alright. So a blank rune. Goodness. I don't even know what to say. That's okay, though. I can understand. But yeah, the stuff there at spawn is fair game. I've got, let's see, one, oh, Even though it's just a digital animal, I feel the need to assist it. There you go. What is that cow? Constant. Okay. But yeah, I've seen like 5 of them. At least. But yeah, cats. Cats everywhere. Yeah, because there's one. I think they were initially just put inside of my house. And then after... Well, because my house has a window that's literally just an open air, it's not exactly the best place to keep a cat. Anyway, rune. What did I do wrong? I got it wrong. I need to figure something out with this. Okay, I know that I need a blank rune. So we throw that in. Then I need Vintium Dust. So we throw that in. I need an arrow. Kind of glad I didn't destroy those now. A snowball. I'm in luck. I found one not long ago. I may have destroyed it, though. Ah, there it is. I need a white rune, which I don't remember how to make. Use. I'm going to have to make that. I'm going to go deep into Ars Magica because I never have before. There we go. Alright, so white rune is probably bone meal. Yep. See, I've experimented with Ars Magica before, and the server I was on was a PvP server in which the group running it didn't really care about the rules that they had made. So, like, on the online rule book that they had created, it said that you can't kill someone right after they come through a portal. You have to at least give them the opportunity to defend themselves and or run away. Well, someone killed me right outside of a portal. And when I mentioned that, I was told, well, that wasn't one of the rules. I was like, but it's right here. And they said, no, we don't use those rules anymore. We use these rules. It's like, then why didn't anyone mention that? All you said was, be sure to check out the rules. And those are the rules I found. I need paper, which means I need canes. Ah, hey, that'll work. So I can make spell parchment. which I think was 2 sticks and a piece of paper, right? Yes. But yeah, anyway, that's the only server I've ever been on that's had Ars Magica, and I made it far enough to make my first spell, but I never really got the opportunity to use it. Let's see, call this one Light. And give it the animation. Move that. Light. It works. This is beautiful. Now to go annoy the hell out of Charisse. Like, she's not even online yet, but... Oh wow, she has been working. It's not even like a dangerous thing. Oh damn. Hi Charisse. She just happened to to log on to the stream at that moment. I'm not actually vandalizing your house. I'm placing lights because they're pretty. They can be broken. But why would you? Because, like, they're pretty. And once I get to where I can experiment with colors, I can change their color. I can have lamps that literally look like drops of blood floating around. I've hit level 3. Nice. Oh, blood is fun. Yeah, that sounds like something you'd say. This is exciting, though, because, like, ideally, they're supposed to light up. And I think they provide the same amount of light as a torch would. But I'll have to wait until dark to know for certain. And if they don't, then, you know, well, they're easy enough to get rid of. You get skill points primarily by leveling up. At each level, you will gain 1 skill point. At levels 2 through 20, you get a blue point. At 22 through 40, you get green points. At 42 through 50, you get red points. Additional points can be obtained by fighting bosses, trading with villagers, and exploring. You choose about how you want to go about it. When viewing unlockables in the Oculus, hovering over the item will display text that matches the skill point color needed to unlock it. Affinities. Affinity represents a bond to certain areas of magic. You start with no affinity. Your affinity is represented as a small chart on the HUD. You can be viewed in more detail at the Oculus. At an Oculus. Your affinity will shift based on what spells you cast, meaning as you cast certain types of spells more often, you will get better at them. Casting spells of a different affinity will shift you toward that affinity. Once you reach 100% in an affinity, you become locked to that affinity and will need to read an opposing affinity tome to unlock your affinity, at which point normal progression will resume. Unlocking a full affinity will drop you down to 80% depth. Each spell component has an affinity. Components of the same affinity will cost you less mana, depending on your affinity depth, how far you are into the field, and may not even cost reagents. Components of the opposing affinity, however, will cost more mana, and again, depending on the depth, may cost additional reagents. Affinities offer specific bonuses and disadvantages described in the affinity-specific pages. Okay. Earth Affinity gives you a bonus defense. At max, you will have 10% overall damage reduction applied before armor. This amount depends on your affinity into Earth and begins at 25%. With Earth Affinity, you are heavier and will sink into water much quicker, although never enough that you can't surface, and you cannot fall as far without taking fall damage. Ouch. Water Affinity. Swim speed, able to hold breath longer, not pushed down by flowing water. That's cool. Enderman the Detective full Water Affinity Mage will take damage as if they had touched water. Water Affinity mages take damage periodically if exposed to fire, making the Nether particularly dangerous. This damage will not take you below 75% health and will not occur at all if you are lower. Air. Bonus jump height, fall further. 1 block higher, 1 depth further at 50%. Increases to 2 at 75, 3 at full depth. Air mages are hindered by rain and storms. The wind blows you around and you must move slower. Sneaking or casting a spell of gravity well can negate the effect and allow you to move in the storm, albeit slowly. So no, air sucks. Wow. Okay. As fire. Lava, never complete immunity. Protection is directly related to your affinity, reaches 40%. Punching enemies with full affinity will light them on fire. You'll start to take damage periodically when touching water surfaces. Nature Affinity gives you additional seeds and saplings when harvesting plants from the ground, or from around the world. 50% depth, you will gain the Thorns effect, causing melee attackers to take damage, similar to the armor enchant. Damage increases at 75% and at full. The full Nature Affinity will also slowly regenerate hunger when you are in direct sunlight. Oh, that's cool. At full, you can extend roots into the ground, allowing you to climb certain surfaces like a spider does. Nature Affinity causes you to move slightly slower due to your roots. At full Nature Affinity depth, you lose hunger more quickly at night or in dark areas. Full Nature Affinity, you gain the aspect of a leaf on the wind, negating all fall damage and falling more slowly. You can sneak to fall at normal speed, and this will still cause fall damage to be negated. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like the nature one. What's ice? Attackers are slowed. While sneaking, water will freeze in front of and under you, allowing you to make bridges as you move. At 100% depth, you can freeze lava into obsidian. All ice mages move slightly slower due to being cold-blooded, unless they are on either ice or water. Lightning. You run faster. Gain the ability to step over 1 block high ledges. You short out in water, and you can light nearby TNT and supercharge nearby creepers. Don't worry though, as you gain more control over your electric nature, you'll be able to reduce the TNT and creeper effects. Ouch. Where did it go? I lost the affinity page. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Life. Okay. Regenerate. Additional life. Regen is directly related to your depth. The regen happens regardless of hunger due to your close ties with life, and every time you kill something, it makes you sick and nauseated for a while. I don't like that one. Arcane Affinity causes all spells to cost 5% less mana. In addition to other mana reductions, at full depth there is also a chance upon casting a spell it will gain the Clarity effect, causing your next spell to cost 0 mana. As a disadvantage, all magical damage sources do more damage to you. Ender Affinity. Poison resistance at 50, and at 75. You gain night vision automatically in the dark. At full Ender Affinity, Endermen will not attack you unless you attack them first. Due to your dark nature, your maximum health is reduced in light, and at higher, it is reduced in water as well. Masters of the Ender are rumored to have evolved beyond this weakness. That's all really cool. Am I calling you? It doesn't look like you called me. Transmutation tables are freaking amazing. I've got one right here, okay? When you start out, you have nothing on it. Nothing at all. But every item that you place on this side of the grid, you'll learn. And then you will be able to craft that item, much like I have just done. It takes from your EMC value. Now you start out with no EMC value. And yes, Shreese, you're welcome to call me. You start out with no EMC value, but when you put items... Okay, not every item, but most items in the game have an EMC value, all right, which is energy mass conversion. Like this right here, there's 220 EMC to one of these pistons. If you place it in the burn slot, it adds 220 EMC to your total over here. But with that, all these simple items, you can just craft as many as you have components for. Think of it like a storage, but you're breaking it down to its base components, and you're able to build up basically anything from it. It's really cool. What do you want?
Hello.
Hello. What do you want?
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Oh wow, I already.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm gonna hang up. We'll start again. I'm still waiting on my game to load because I had to turn my computer completely off and then back on because nothing was working.
I don't know why there's more than one. That's weird. I don't understand this entirely.
What?
Oh, this thing. The transmutation table.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I understand what you're meaning, like, how you can make stuff with it, but...
I love that it has a search bar, though.
That is cool.
Yeah. Oh, so cool. Any item, just...
So, can you tell it to make, like, a piston or something?
Yeah.
Wow. And that's good for you, because you hate pistons.
I hate making pistons.
No, I know. That's what
I don't know why, because there's so many other more complex things that I make all the time. But I see pistons, and it's like, I don't want to fucking make pistons.
I want to make you.
Ugh, every time. But yeah.
I got a whole bunch of sticky pistons earlier, but I think I left them in the dungeon I was in. I can't remember. I might have brought them back with me.
Would you mind making me a bookshelf?
I can do that.
Start with a blank rune. I'm making spiels now. I guess
Spiels?
let me take a look at my.
I'm gonna do circle magic. I'm like really excited because the book is actually normal in this. One of the other mods I tried to use, the book wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
Like the pages were fucked up, so you couldn't actually understand anything that you're supposed to do. But this one actually gives you instructions. So I'm excited. I'm gonna work on it.
That sounds fun.
I know. I'm going to sacrifice you in the middle of a circle.
It sounds normal.
I mean, not you. Something else.
Yes, something different.
Very different.
Omelette walked into fire.
Omelet?
Yeah, that's what it says. Omelette walked into fire.
Oh god, omelet. Not the way to go.
Not Jeb.
He's a lot more overcooked now.
Let's go with fire damage. Why not? Let's play with that.
I'm on fire.
Trees,
Sorry,
that's not allowed. I need you to
I'm
stop.
sorry. I got really excited.
It's okay. Oh my
I set
god.
myself on fire when I'm excited.
I am so excited because I've been wanting to play with this mod and I've never really made it that far with it. So
Which one?
this one.
So Pacific. Wow. Full Pacific.
Yes. Ars
This is my
Magica.
favorite. Ah, yeah. I got something from that.
Probably the Chimerite.
Yeah. I know, Master wanted me to tell you that he dumped some dust off in your house, but then Mandy was like, you can tell him yourself. And stuff, and I'm just like, oh my god.
That sounds like Mandy. Yeah. That's actually why I'm working on it because he left me several stacks of it.
Right?
And it's absolutely beautiful. Do you want to come over and see how this is done?
I will soon, as soon as there we go. Because, I know for you guys it tells you I'm logged on and everything, but it takes about 30 minutes for mine to actually register that I'm here.
I understand.
I put my other earbud in, and it sounded like God was talking to me. It was kind of the surround sound.
That's just how my voice works. I love your storage you have on your roof.
Yeah, I was trying to get the chests out of everywhere.
That is kick-ass.
What?
The ethereal essence posts what aspect it has.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh, neat. I never noticed that. I just was throwing everything in the chest.
That is cool. That's really cool. Okay. All right, so... All right. I'm so excited. So I was intending to have just a bunch of random lights appear at your house at night, and you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Right. Oh, here's the other thing that they left at my house.
Is it Kitty?
They put 10 cats, well, probably 5. They put several cats in my house.
Kitty.
But since I have windows or a window that doesn't actually ever close.
Yeah. They're just like, bye.
Okay, Shreese, this is it.
Nice to know you, Master.
This is the crafting altar.
This is beautiful. Can I touch it?
You can. Don't flip the switch, but you can touch it.
Can I go through this part?
No.
Go through that. That was really awkward.
Would you like some of those?
Do I want them? What are they for?
Windows.
But I can't jump through them.
I'm aware you can't jump through them, but They're magic walls. Don't they look
I know.
pretty?
Yeah, but they're shimmering, so I feel like they're liquid, so it's kind of making me nervous. What was that? Oh my god. What's wrong with this middle? They're just
It'll
circles.
make more sense if you look at it from the top. It's the crafting altar. It's the block that
Okay.
makes this whole thing work.
Okay, that's fine then, because I was
It
like,
is supposed to do that. Okay. Sharice, are your particle effects on?
let me check. I think they are. Good lord. I'd push the right button. Okay, now they are.
That is Stevie. The snake is Stevie.
I thought you were trying to say Cameron is Stevie, and I was like, no, Cameron is Cameron.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the snake is Stevie.
That's sweet. Why isn't it in a boot? In a boot?
Because there were no boots suitable to fit a snake that big in it. It's a cobra, and it hisses and tries to strike at everyone that walks by.
Does it really?
Yes, do you want to see it?
I do, but
Okay.
do your thing.
Okay. Particles are on?
Yes. Whoa. Whoa.
I need a feather now. Be right back.
Swear to God, this is witchcraft.
It is actually.
Now I see a red house.
I don't know who the red house belongs to.
It's mine. All the houses are mine. That's, by the way, I protected my house. Just.
I need a fish. More precisely, a raw cod. The good news is I did collect some of those earlier.
Oh, oh, no, don't leave. I was kidding.
I'm sure he'll be right back. I know oh, my goodness.
There's a fish in the book right now.
Yes, that's what it's telling me. That's how it's telling me that I need one.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
And now I need to put
clay?
a piece of clay in there.
Hey, you remember that button you told me, like, if you were looking for something in the chest and it'll, like, poof on
T.
the... Is it T? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, Yelsnag got kicked. He's back, though. It's T, but I don't think it works on this server. And now
Okay,
I need
that's
an orange rune. That's a challenge.
orange rune.
I need orange dye.
Oh my god. There's a cow down here. What are you? A friend? Oh, that's it. there's a kitty over here too, and it's swimming. And there's a little mini-me.
Oh, red and yellow. That actually makes it easier. I have yellow.
There's something over here trying to kill me.
Sharice.
Are you Steve? Die. Who are you?
Oh, hey. I was like, I need a red flower. But I see now.
Yeah. Come on, bring it on, headcrumb. Breadcrumb, headcrumb. Here, why won't you let me kill you? He gave me a... What did I just get? Oh, I'm not... Why am I... Oh, I walked through the stupid muck.
I need a iron shovel.
You have a thing under your house.
I do. It's intentional, and I will need it. Like, it's not intentional like I put it there, but the reason I put my altar there is because I can easily access this. Because I will need that essence. They hate everyone. Indeed, very true. I guess then I will just do this. And now I need an iron pickaxe. Alright, Shreese, it's almost done.
What happens if I throw my bone in there?
I think nothing.
Oh. Well, I'm not going to. Shall not
And now it needs spell parchment.
Whoa!
Oh, I didn't get the chance to check and see if my lights were working. Oh well.
So you remember how you needed an orange, something orange?
Oh, hey.
I
You what?
made it.
You
I had
just
bone meal.
Oh, okay. I made orange using yellow and red dye.
Oh, that works too.
Yeah. It worked.
Oh, it's another kid. Wow, you have. Oh, you made that.
I made what?
There's a mine. There's a big mine here.
Yes. Yeah, I dug that.
What is this? Mutagen?
Yeah, it's junk now.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to walk through that. I always walk through those. Hey, kitty. Do you want to live with me? I love you. Oh! When I asked if it wanted to live with me, it meowed.
I heard it.
No. No, you did. No, I don't. Ooh, what do you have to put in there now? What is that?
Spell parchment.
Oh. Die. Whoa, what'd you get?
Alright, so now I need to name it.
I believe. Oh, timer. Okay. There's a cat on top of the mushroom. Hey. You are fucking adorable. Die. I didn't kill it, I swear. I just broke the mushroom and was standing. All of the mushrooms. I took all the shrooms.
Oh.
Here.
Whoops.
You're in a hole.
I misspelled it. Shreese,
Yes.
it's a new spell.
What? Oh. You might want to kill that with your... There's a thing. You put a light.
It's a dig spell. Although I misnamed it, it says it's a fire spell.
Oh. That's okay. Ooh, what was that noise?
The tone?
Yeah.
I just leveled up.
I want a level.
You gotta start doing magic then.
Oh my gosh. Everything I do is magic. What is that?
It's my Oculus.
Cute. It looks like a miniature version of
The Eye of Sauron.
that thing.
Yeah.
But like his ugly half brother, cousin. Like
Yeah.
his albino cousin.
Right.
I'm in my house. Okay. So, house looks good. House looks great. You left my front doors wide open so things could just walk in.
Yep.
Okay, I need...
That's how we do.
What am I doing?
I don't know.
Oh, do you want these chance isohedrons?
Sure.
Where do you want them?
Throw them at me.
I don't want them. Because bad things happen when they're around.
Oh, they don't have an EMC value.
Oh, so you can't use them?
I can't use them the way I was intending to. Chance cubes still have an EMC value.
Gold coins have an EMC value.
Yes.
Like, so much. Take the isohedron.
I'll still use them. I can't use them for transmutation like I was intending. I'll use them to see what random crap comes out of them. I'll do that away from my house, though.
You don't want to do it in the house?
No, I really don't want to do that inside of my house.
Crazy baboon. I need to go back downstairs.
Okay, goodbye.
I'm not content with what's occurring.
Did you hurt the cat?
What? No.
Okay.
Why?
The cat just suddenly went, meow!
I'm not even by your house.
Did you hurt the cat?
Yes.
Oh.
Didn't mean to. It just made me angry. It didn't want to come home with me.
Use a safari net.
It's okay. God damn it, stupid piece of shit.
Or you could use one of the 16 fish I have to try to tame it.
I'm really not that worried about it.
Wait.
It's already tamed, isn't it?
No, I guess they're not, because they're not actual cats. They're from...
They're kitties.
Yeah, they're from the mod.
No creatures.
Yeah, so attempting to feed the cat food does nothing.
Yeah, they're just there. Like the equivalent of a bear or something. Hey, so I tried to tame one of these chocobo things, and it didn't work. Really sad. Say what? What? To get in there. Get in where?
I have no idea. I'm assuming that it's where he lost his stuff.
That sucks. I need wood. Excuse me. Oh, I also need so much stuff I need. Wood. I need that. I actually don't need that. I need shovels.
Pentium dust. An arrow.
Chickadee. On the floor. Bird in the I kind of want to make a railroad to your house.
Go for it.
Probably will, eventually.
No. I have been beaten.
Wrong.
I didn't learn how to make the snowball before I made my last snowball.
Oh no. I don't understand, but
I need snow.
oh.
Where is the nearest snow?
Hey. Oh, never mind. That's not part of the mod I thought it was. Sorry.
Cool. There's snow straight in that direction. Oh, hey, it's not even that far away.
What was I doing?
The world may never know.
Oh,
Oh, God.
I remember.
But,
Calm down.
but do you remember?
Kind of. I keep forgetting every time you start talking, so I'm like...
Oh, what was it then? Shreese, what was it? What are you trying to remember, Shreese?
Trout.
Chocobo?
It's so mean.
Huh?
So rude.
Huh?
So mean to your girlfriend.
Huh?
He's so cute.
Oh. The cat walked into my magical apparatus and died. I expected more of a reaction, Shreese. Shreese?
Sorry, I
Hello?
was talking to my mom.
Oh.
What?
I said
What'd you say?
the cat walked into my magical apparatus and died.
Did it really?
No.
What is this? A light Flex? Felix? When I hit it, it flew out of the water. It gave me lapis and a fish.
Yes.
And 8.
Yes,
Wow.
those are those things I was telling you about.
Whoa. That's exciting.
Isn't it?
Oh my word. I have 14 things of fish meat and 61 lapis. Wow, what did I do to deserve this?
You are just really awesome.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Uh-huh.
Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Sorry, I was not asking who you were, but my phone lit up. So I was asking who they were. But that is a little funny.
Have you found any flint?
Yes, but I threw it away.
But why?
Because isn't this the mod where you can get some gravel and you can make flint from it?
That's
Like,
great,
what?
but I don't have gravel.
Oh, I have flint. I just got 11 of them.
I just need one.
Well, I'm flying to your house.
Uh,
I found a cat.
I went through the portal. Okay, I'm here though. I'm at my
I
house.
wasn't at my house. Did you just need one?
Yeah, I need flint and steel, so
I'm trying to find clay. Ow.
Oh, hey, come! I have a crap load of clay.
But maybe I want my own clay. Maybe I'm a strong, independent woman.
Do you? What are you trying to make your? You trying to upgrade your smeltery?
Yes, because I don't actually. I took the smeltery from a village, but you know it doesn't have certain components on it.
Okay, because all that stuff is able to be made using the transmutation table.
Oh, but I don't have one of those.
Oh, what? You can grab one from spawn.
But why would I want to do that? But no, I seriously will go do that. Ooh! Another Pam's Harvest Craft beehive. I love it. Taking yours.
But that's mine.
Okay.
I don't want it, but you can have it.
But where is? Not that way. Oh, it's our spawn point.
Give me a second, I'll guide you.
I think I found it. Yeah, I found it.
You did? Okay. I was just gonna say it's in that direction.
The direction I'm pointed.
No.
I looked on the map and I found a.
It's north.
See if I have the right spawn point then. Yep, that's right. Because I just found a house that looked like your house from above.
Red rune. Iron sword.
I see ooze.
Ivan ooze?
It says icy ooze.
Ivan ooze?
Ivan.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Ivan ooze.
Oh! How do I get inside this building?
Use the door.
Couldn't find the door. What is a spawn hut repair? Oh. Hello.
Spell parchment. Spell parchment has an EMC value.
Oh, there's. Oh, I want to read the rule board.
That means I don't have to make it anymore. I can just make it.
Rule number 2 is no making changes to other players' bases without permission from the base owner. So those lights are against the...
Do you want me to go remove them?
I don't care. Oh, don't use the nether. I didn't know that. It's currently broken. Foul language is allowed, but keep in mind that the admin's children do occasionally play or watch over her shoulder, so keep it in. The multicultural fish tanks. Okay. Agricultural? I don't know. Right side of the writing desk. And no reactors bigger than 9 by 9 by 9. Okay. Good. Sounds reasonable. Reasonable. Dungeon. New dungeon. Have I been to that dungeon? Oh, I haven't been to this dungeon. Okay, let me go back home. There's so much to do.
It takes so much mana. Wow.
To do what?
For me to cast this spell.
Oh my word. I'll be passing by your house in right now.
Shreese.
Hello.
Wait, come back.
Hi.
Come back. I wanted to show you a thing.
Right there. Hi.
Okay. Are you ready?
Are you gonna hit me with that?
Tell me if it hurts.
Are you serious right now? Go for it. I swear if I die, I'm gonna cry. Oh, 1.5 hearts.
That's it. Alright. I'm not surprised. It is a very low level spell.
I was a little scared though. I'm not gonna lie. I was preparing for death.
It takes all of my mana to shoot one ball of fire.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that worth it to you?
Yes.
Okay. I need to go back downstairs. I need to make a, one of those things.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, right? Where do I want to put my transmutation table?
Do what?
Where do I put my transmutation? Right here?
I put mine on top of my furnace.
That's what I did! Okay, so what do I do?
Now it kind of looks like a cyclops with a hat.
Yes. But EMC.
I am really excited about all the things I can do with this mod. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Keystones.
Hey sir, I need you to calm down. Oh, no, I don't want to learn it. I want you to burn it, or whatever it's called. Unlearned? What? How do I... Oh. So I just put it in there. What? I don't understand what I'm trying to do. I don't know how to use this. Whatever. I even have it. Love it. In my house. Okay. Creepy. Something under my house trying to kill me. Did she? Oh, I killed it. I didn't mean to. I feel like such a monster now. Oh, what are you? Dead? Seriously, what are you? A boar. Sounds strangely like a pig. Hey, sir, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. Hello, friends. Chocobo?
But carries a hefty monocost, so let's not actually make that. Okay.
Let us not. I need some glass. It has, and now it's gone.
Because I need more levels before I can really do anything.
I need a pick. Yeah. Oh. Oh, hi. Shit. Fuck.
Did
Goodbye.
still here. The other guy came
Hi.
through.
Oh god, I tried to ask you to marry me, and it said you do not have a wedding ring. And I was like, sorry. You know what's stressful? What are you trying to do?
I'm just putting lights on the ceiling.
Why does it say I'm on fire? Fire eater? What have you done to me?
What'd you just eat?
I didn't eat a single thing. You threw something at me. I don't trust you. Stop, I hear you.
I'm
I hear your
throwing magic.
fire eater. What the fuck? Destruction of property.
Sorry.
Sorry. I have it's right here. Cool.
Everything I touch explodes.
Sounds alright.
Anyway, now that I have the light spell, means I don't need torches down in my mine.
Brewcraft. That sounds cool. I want Brewcraft.
New entry unlocked. Talents. Hey.
You have those?
Go fuck yourself. You can receive a boost to affinity gains in exchange for slower magic XP gain. This is a permanent effect.
Oh my god, I have a smelter. Smeltery? Smelt. Whatever. Same difference. Ooh, choo-choo. Hello. You are a pretty bird thing.
Oh my god.
It keeps looking at me, so that's a little creepy. I do need a bucket, though. I need a fuck it bucket. Open. But bones too. Where'd my bones go? Have my bones?
Whenever you befriend a light mage, how do I befriend a light mage? What is this?
How do you make friends?
I now have mana bonus 3. To move at normal speed while casting spells. This is really freaking cool. So I forgot my pickaxe. So I was mining with my my spell. Which, fuck, why not? I mean, it's not exactly expensive spell to use. Oh, hey.
There's a chocobo trying to get in my house.
Did you try telling
feel
it to stop?
Nope, it just walked through the fucking door. It's just like, hey. Well, now you're stuck in here forever with me.
Oh my god, it does actually produce a fair amount of light. It's like a torch.
Nice.
This is freaking awesome. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to my house. Because now I don't need to carry these torches anymore. Which is
So nice.
pretty freaking awesome. I also need to grab my pickaxe wherever did I put it in my bag of holding? Did not.
Not kill me, Spriggan.
Is... Let's go ahead and put that stuff away. I need a better storage system.
Maybe yes, maybe no. But I do need lava. Closest lava is right here.
I can make lava.
That's exciting, but I can go harvest it from elsewhere.
Always from elsewhere. That's all you care about is that wonderful elsewhere place where all the Khajiit are from.
Ooh, what is that? Did I go in that already?
Probably not.
Have I taken your wonders? Yep, I've definitely been in here already. Oh my gosh, I have lava under my house.
Yes.
I'm such an idiot.
Oh.
I forgot I covered it up. Hello?
So, Snag found a portal gun.
That's awkward.
He has the same one you have.
That was awkward. I was wondering why he was just like, hi.
Yeah, the portal that links to and from you and I's house now links wherever he was at.
That's funny. So I'm not gonna go through there for a while because I don't know where he's at. But he
Right?
finds stuff. So I'm scared of his death and stuff. Now I have you, house. Okay, this is it. This is my time to shine. So proud of myself. No. Don't leave. Don't lie to him. Oh no. The chocobo, it's dying! Don't touch that chocobo! Dumb fuck.
Do you need me to put it out of its misery?
No, it was on my essence berry bush. It keeps trying to jump on it, fucker. Stop. You're not stupid. Now he's like half-life. Go outside if you're gonna be a dumb fuck. No! Don't. It keeps trying to walk past me to get to it. Stop.
You may have to kill it. That may be the only way to stop it.
It's being stupid. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is the end for you, my friend. Oh, I hurt its feelings. Okay, it's dead. Why did you break my glass?
What?
There's broken glass in my house.
Weird.
Did you do that?
I finally found some frickin' Ventium ore. Now that I'm drowning in the stuff.
Don't avoid my questions.
Oh my god damn, that scares me every time. Suppose it's a good time to use my fire spell. No, because the fire spell's ridiculously expensive though. Oh right, but I have more mana now.
Oh. I need oak trees. Oak trees. Are you a deer? It's a deer. Seriously, what the hell are all the oak trees? We'll all be damned. I'm flying through a fucking oak tree forest.
Well, Shreese, if you ever need Electrine,
We don't talk about that.
I have so much of it here. It's everywhere.
That's what she said. You're so cute, you little boar.
You're a boar.
Did you call me a whore?
No, dear. Whores get paid for their adventures.
So mean.
Right? What is that?
Oh my gosh, my hopes and dreams.
Mystical Lady Ostor.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Mystical Ladioso.
It turned into iron. It's an ore that when you mine it turns into a random thing, I think. Maybe it does only turn into iron. I don't know, but it's weird.
Legs hurt. I want to find pets, but I don't know where to look.
Yellsnag has found several.
Well then, I'll just steal them from him. No. Now I feel like I gotta go look.
We don't have to, but that is the recommended means of finding them.
Shut up. You know what I meant. Now I feel like I have to go adventure, and I know I can make them. I just don't wanna. Late.
He says you can have his pet pig.
Is that a fat joke?
I think the pet pig enables you to get food saturation from eating things that would normally make you hungry. So, like, you could live off rotten flesh.
That's gross.
But is it? Think of the efficiency. I could be mistaken and have that pet confused with a different one, though. I gained a level. I am now a level 6 mage.
Oh my gosh, Asa, where do you live?
He didn't say Ace's house, he said Tab's house.
On my computer, your name is Asa. Or Asia. Hey, Asia. I get so tickled. You have one kid that is over once in a while that calls you Asia, and I always get really tickled.
That's because they're actually not talking to me. They're talking to the kid around here that's name is Asia.
But I've heard them call you Asia once too, and you're like, I'm not Asia.
Okay, well, that could happen as well. But yeah, there actually is a woman in this area named Asia. Sir, I did not request those hugs.
Those hugs. Aw, it's so cute. Bonus hunger saturation. Can eat poison foods. Gives you pork chops.
Yeah.
Cool.
Random free pork chops. What is not to love?
Free food. What are you? Oh, that's the liquid DNA cow. I don't know what it is about that cow, but every time I see it, I think it's Manilian.
Right.
Or a Manilian cow,
I did this.
So purple.
I do the same thing.
I'm gonna smack it in the face. It gobbled at me.
Yeah, the turkey feathers have a special use. I don't know what it is, but they're special.
I just killed that turkey and a boar was watching, so the boar went over and tried to kill me. So that was my friend. I'm killing all these turkeys. It's hunting. It's a type of sport, I swear.
So great. Where are my mana cakes? Oh good, I have one.
Them all. I was hungry. I heard you, chicken, but no one cares.
That's the wrong spell. Whoops.
What are you? Oh my gosh, it's a goat. And I just gotten some black tar.
Did my affinity go up?
Uh-oh, what's wrong with my phone? Who is this? I don't know these people. Okay. pretty tree. It's a witchwood tree.
Wait, when I got level 5, did I actually learn a bunch of new spells?
Can I eat raw turkey? I can eat raw turkey, but that doesn't mean it's a good decision.
That is true.
I found stuff. I found stuff in a house. I found a ring of protection. Take it. Sounds special to me. Why do you leave us? I don't care if you say you're gonna be right back. Leave. Everyone always leaves. Pig is... What? I'm gonna wear this ring of protection. Will it protect me? There we go. No. Wearing it now.
I don't remember how to check out.
I forget. Sometimes I forget you're here, and then you start talking again, and I get really scared. Like, oh god, who's that? And I'm like, oh.
I forget how to check my own affinity. Oh, man.
I don't know. What is this? Oh my word. That's cool. You guys should stop that though. Doesn't look healthy. There is a big cave with one stream of lava falling from the top of it to the bottom, and those weird lava fish thing, the Cephalus or whatever, they're all down this one stream, stacked on top of each other, and it just looks really strange.
I've seen that before. Yeah, that is really weird.
It's like, can you guys not stand on top of each other? Like, weirdos. Welcome! What are you?
Well, Shreese, what do you think?
Oh, so weird. Okay, I don't care. Oh god, there's Yetis trying to kill me though. I'm scared. Join us. Every time I see that name, I think it says Yelnats from Holes.
No, it's Yelsnug.
I know, but every time I see it, I think it says Yelsnat. Or, oh, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what is this? Is this a house? Is this someone's house? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? They're actual on the risk. I found a house. But I don't know if it's a house. I think it's a dungeon.
Oh, I forgot how to check my affinity.
Get out of this room. Finish it. I'm gonna leave here. 'Cause there's death and destruction waiting. But I will mark this.
Tab, thanks for telling me about the rings that spawn, because I'm not using that unstable ingot. It's happened to me before where it's blown up and I didn't even know it blows up, and I'm like, no.
I understand. There's actually a way to make unstable ingots in a safer format, but it's more expensive. Rather than using the division sigil with a diamond and an iron ingot, or no, diamond and gold ingot, you use a gold nugget. It still costs a single diamond, though, and what you get is an unstable nugget. The unstable nuggets do not explode. However, if you combine 9 of them, you get a stable version of the unstable ingots, which don't explode.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because on one of the other servers on a different mod that I was on, I was trying to make this ring, and I'm like, okay, unstable ingot. Knowing myself, I didn't read it, so I kind of blew up.
Yeah, I understand. It's happened to me as well.
I just make you do it all the time.
Exactly. Where?
I don't trust myself.
Damn, I'm gonna have to look it up.
Ooh.
Darn it, and I forgot my portal gun. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's where the hell the dang thing was. Okay, I found it. It's in the Oculus, that's why I can't find it. I'm not at my Oculus.
Oh no. Finding a lot of dungeon things.
Yeah, this world is covered in dungeons.
I know, I love it.
All I've been finding is pirate and Viking dungeons, which
I haven't found a
kill
pirate
me.
one yet. That's cool.
Really? Yeah, I found like one the first few minutes I was on this server.
I found a redwood tree.
Nice.
Oh.
What kind of cloud block? That's cool. I just got a snow golem pet.
Nice.
Lots of nuggets and ice. Gives knockback and snowballs. And it's pumpkins. Okay. That's cool. I'm finding so many clouds with like pets on them. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's where all of the legendary pets spawn, are in clouds.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And that's because
Chicken pet.
it's not until late that you're able to even find those.
No, go away.
Although I personally have never found any.
I'll go up there.
And I had indeed forgotten about it until when it was just now mentioned.
In the cloud?
In the clouds.
Yeah, like there are cloud blocks, and then like they'll have chests on them.
I'm searching the clouds near our house to see if I could find anything.
I know, I'm looking where I am now too. And then I felt like death was upon me. Because I was so high up. I was like, am I gonna be okay doing this? Oh, yes!
Oh god, I can't do anything with this chicken pet on me. Oh my god. It's so fast. What did I just come home for? Oh yeah, my portal gun. I can make it up this ladder. It's my Atlas one.
Whoa.
Well, I haven't found anything. Oh well.
I even changed my render distance so I could see farther. Yes.
I think I've got mine set on max. If I don't, I've got mine set a good distance away at least.
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
At max? How can you do that?
I have a good computer.
But that's so far. I tried to change mine to max and my computer froze. It was just like, oh, honey, you don't know what you're doing. Don't. I got it to 12.
I'm now gonna check. Let's see.
Yeah, I have 12 too.
Ah, mine is set to 12.
Oh, okay.
I
So
don't
I
know.
feel better now.
Let's
Let's go ahead and just
turn that up. 32. Okay. I turned it to 32 and it fell down to 2 instantly.
It's just like, no. Not okay.
Oh my god.
What?
I can see everything.
Can you see my house?
Let's see. Actually, almost. I say almost because it's loading in. Yeah, I can see your house from well above my house.
Great.
This is weird. And like the sky got clearer too when I did that. Everything changed. That's weird.
It's exciting.
That is so exciting. Like, I feel like I can actually see the horizon as opposed to just the fact that the world drops off after a little bit. That's fun.
I think my goal in life is to one day have a computer that is strong enough to let me play at max render distance. I found one, and it had snow inside.
You found a computer that can play max render distance with snow inside of it?
Oh, no, it's not on the cloud.
I am very confused right now.
What?
There is a chupacabra following me, and it has hearts over its head.
Oh, I got kicked again. Now I regret turning my render distance up.
It has hearts over its head?
It does, and it's trying to eat me. Apparently I'm its favorite type of food.
Where do I live?
Oh, that hurts. I do not like the russet shade. Wow. It has so much life. And my spell, although ranged, doesn't do shit for damage. Got it.
Yay, Bob, you killed the thing.
Yeah, I died. It died, sorry.
Oh, I was about to say, like, you died? It didn't say you died. Ellie, get out of the closet.
Don't tell her what to do.
Well, she climbs in there and starts
What the
crying.
heck? I got kicked again. Keep
It's not
saying
my fault.
initial server error.
Well, the server is still functional. Shreese, I am a great and powerful wizard. I'm level 6.
Not leveled at all.
Someday, I'm gonna look back at that and say, wow, I'm stupid. But,
Oh god, chupacabra, chupacabra.
Where'd my house go? Oh, I just flew right past it. I'm over your house.
Mage light? What the heck's a mage light?
I make them.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally just a ball of light that I can throw.
Yeah, then you might have been here.
It's all your fault.
Well, since I only just started making them, it must have been someone else.
Yet there's tons of chupacabras here. Oh my god, I can't get through doors. There we go, finally.
So, Charisse,
Yes.
while you were exploring dungeons, if you find any blue orbs, let me know.
Blue orbs?
Blue orbs. Or green or red, but if you find any Ars Magica, I think they're called like affinity orbs or something. Let me see.
Say it again.
Ars.
Ellie,
Let me find the item.
get down.
Yeah, they're infinity orbs. There we go. They come in 3 colors, blue, green, and red. And they are all very useful for my needs.
I have an
And
infinity
there I go
orb.
again.
I have, yeah, I have one of them.
Oh. Do you want to
Coming.
not have that one?
I know. I'm coming over.
That'd be cool.
Your house. This way. I'm just really.
And I need brown wool. Do you have a large amount of wool?
No, I need to work on that though. Charlie, what do you want?
I need a lot of brown wool because if I'm gonna be a wizard, I should fit the part. So I'm gonna make some brown robes.
Are you really?
I am.
But why brown?
Because that's the color that they come in. I just have to throw some stuff in here. Gold, silver. Let's not throw silver and gold in the same one. Or in at the same time, I should say.
In the smelter?
Yeah. That would cause problems.
Charlie, please don't.
Because I'd rather not have a bunch of Electrum come out, you know?
Right? That does get a little annoying.
Yeah. Especially when I could use silver and gold. Yes. Okay, these infinity orbs, Charisse, are skill points for Ars Magica.
Me.
Ah, that requires a green point. That's why I can't use it yet. No, those require green points. So that's all I can learn is the affinity boost right now. Or I can go learn another spell.
I'm level 30.
Neat.
I've done it.
Those are all... Those are green, so I can't learn any of those yet. I could do that, though. It won't be worth... No, that's not worthwhile.
Wrong portal.
Hmm.
Wrong portal again. Jeez, what the heck? There we go.
Oh.
The same guy. Like, over and over.
Barbara!
Heck? What are you?
I am
What's
me. What?
There's crimson clerks here around a...
Ooh,
Oh,
that's an obelisk. Yes. Have you ever played with Thaumcraft?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thaumcraft is
People are
a...
attacking me.
Yeah, they are not friendly. Thaumcraft is a magic mod that requires... Rather than an item progression, in order to get further in the mod, you have to solve a series of logic puzzles.
Oh.
I love the mod. But,
I don't like logic, so I'll stay away.
I avoid logic whenever possible. But no, the obelisk is able to be opened into a late game dungeon for the mod. Until then, it just kind of sits there.
I saw one across from my house the other day.
Yeah, they can be destroyed. Like, if you try to mine the actual obelisk itself, the whole thing just explodes. Yeah, I don't think it actually does damage, but that will stop the creatures from spawning.
Alrighty. Where the heck was my portal that I set up?
Ow! That hurt.
Okay.
I will do what I want.
Well then.
Where did... Ah, there it did. I wasn't sure where I lost my phone. I got scared.
That is scary.
So, I'm wearing the Deadpool shirt this morning. And, you know, it's like super thin. You can actually see through it in some places, which is really weird. But I put my phone in my pocket and didn't realize that the fabric of the shirt went into the pocket as well, because the shirt's seriously that thin. And then when I took a step, I noticed that my shirt was tugging at my shoulder, so I assumed it was like tucked into my belt or something, because I had seriously just gotten dressed. So I grabbed the shirt, pulled it up, you know, expecting to pull it out of my pants, and I pulled my phone and my shirt out of my pocket, threw the phone at the ground. It was not the desired effect.
Huh. I just found something surprising. Your house is actually... I passed it on my way to spawn.
I can believe it. It looks like a giant cardboard box, so most people just ignore it.
I actually didn't see it at all. It's literally directly lined up with spawn from my house. So, I'm surprised I didn't see it.
Oh my gosh, this is great. Is that a dragon? Are you friend or foe?
Is the dragon friendly?
It's a rock.
No.
Its name is Rock. I shall kill Rock. Rock has died. They're like flying everywhere. What are...
Also, where's the equip slot for shields on this mod?
I have no idea. I have one of those shields, and I couldn't figure out how to equip it. But it says it gives you, like, plus 50% attack damage, which would be really awesome. But I don't know how to use it.
I'm looking all over and I don't see anything.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't... on one of these tabs.
Alright, anyway. That's not creepy at all.
What?
There's one of the fake players standing right outside my house. She has like white hair, kind of a violent tinge to it, is wearing a purple shirt, and her skin is black, like black. I turn around and she's standing in my doorway, staring at me, and as I look at her, she just kind of slowly edges off to the side.
Ooh, there's a house with heads on it. I think this is Sharice's.
That is indeed.
Nice house, I like it.
Thank you. Carly.
Ah, what's attacking me? What is that? Rock. I hate you, rocks. Ow. There are literally like a swarm of rocks around your house.
I know. It's creeping me out.
I just killed them all.
Swarm. Oh, okay. Now that makes sense because I'm sitting here thinking like rocks swarming, and it's
I know.
the pioneers used to ride these babies around for miles. Yeah. I don't know why. I read all sorts of fantasy novels, and I did not think of the mythical bird, the rock.
I didn't know that was an actual thing.
You didn't? Oh man, yeah. It's
I've never heard of them.
they're
outside of-
birds that are known to like fly by and carry off elephants.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, they're that big.
That's kind of creepy.
It is. Pierce Anthony actually has a novel titled A Rock in a Hard Place.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, all of his titles are like that.
Right?
But still, it was a good book. Oh, right. I need to make that Vintium dust. Or Vintium ore into Vintium dust.
I need
Oh
to make
jeez,
a
this
torch.
girl's creepy. Like really. I see the girl that you're talking about.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I just ignore her like I do all my problems.
What the hit
Oh, are you going
arena?
back to-
What the heck's a hit arena? There's literally some sort of strider, a giant strider, in this river, like behind your house. Ow!
Oh yeah, Striders are cool. Too bad we don't have the morph mod on here anymore.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
We had the morph mod, and then we had to reset everything. But yeah, with the morph mod,
Kept killing each other.
we did. we get a random monster just suddenly flies by, and we don't know it's a person, so we immediately kill it.
Oh my god.
I need more to drink. I will
Like,
be
that
back.
would have been awesome, because then you wouldn't need the rings.
Yeah, that it
anything.
was. Cameron actually refused to pick up a ring. He felt it was cheating, which I told him I can understand.
Right.
So he was running from a monster, and then he sees a butterfly, and he's like, "That's perfect!" And he kills the butterfly, and then takes the form of the butterfly and flies around.
I didn't think about doing that.
Yeah, the only downfall is that you only have 2 HP.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, because you mimic the monster's life as
Yeah.
well. And size.
I used to play like Crazy Craft, and then they had the morph mod on there.
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally killed every person and thing I saw.
Accidentally.
Well, I accidentally killed the people.
Right?
Everything else, I killed on purpose so I could use it.
Sub-Zero! Freeze
Like-
in fear!
Hey,
Like,
frozen
ago,
monsters.
that's a butterfly.
Let's see, I need 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15. 15 total. I should have enough string to make that.
good.
Hey, I have enough string, I can make 16 wool. Well, and still have more string, so that works. Now, though, brown dye. From...
What do the crystal balls do that you get when you spawn?
They allow you to set your gender.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Might as
so
well
it'll
do that
ask,
now.
are you a boy or girl? And then it'll ask what your gender
Okay,
attraction
now
would be.
Another portal. What? Well.
Yeah, and it's for use with the Minecraft Comes Alive mod. You can go to a village, you can start making friends with the people who live in the village, and then if you so desire, that is freaking weird.
can flirt with them and then try to marry them. But
Yes.
most of them yell at me and say, "How dare you talk to me that way?"
Okay.
No, 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 no. Get out of that. Ugh. So, Charisse, if you see blue creepers,
Yeah.
stay away from them.
Yeah.
They are
Or stay away from all.
They are monocreepers.
Okay.
All right. As a mage, you probably won't have too many, or as a non-mage, you probably won't have too many of them spawn around your house. But it can still happen. And I love the banners you have in front of your house. Oh my god.
I stole them.
Those are cool. Okay, anyway. As a non-mage and not living in the magical forest, you probably won't have to worry about it too much, but when they do spawn and they explode, they spawn a miniature black hole, basically.
Oh.
They don't
Oh my.
damage blocks, but they do pull you in, and it does hurt.
Huh. Okay, so I'm not
Aren't
going
like
near
green
your house.
creepers those creepers that like
Oh,
The confusion creepers or
Yeah.
concussive creepers, yeah, they give you nausea.
Yeah, I hate those.
Same.
Hey.
Hey. Oh,
An
right.
invar-
What?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink.
What the heck is that? Survivor must die.
So many creatures in this.
Excuse me, pup. Thank you. There we go. Oh, Charisse.
Yeah.
The kittens are at that stage where they're actually trying to climb over the gate now.
That's cool.
No, it's not.
Why?
Because Athena is jealous enough of them that she tries to eat them.
Is she really?
Yes, I'm serious.
Oh. That's not cool.
It's not.
My god. That sounds horrific.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a bull mastiff that has jealousy issues.
That sounds like every dog.
I've never seen a dog with it this bad, though.
You haven't?
Never.
That's what Luna and Charlie are like with each other.
I've never seen that. Luna and Charlie,
Yeah,
they both, I mean, it's obvious that they both want attention, but not to the point Athena does.
Charlie doesn't do it with Luna, but Luna does it with Charlie. If you are giving Charlie attention and she sees it, she'll, like if mom, it's mostly if mom does it, but if mom pets Charlie, Luna will go over and smash her face into him and roll him over.
That is kind of funny.
It kind of hurts his feelings though.
I would imagine.
I just realized I have no need to fly to my house because I can just put one on this mountain by one's house.
Now you're thinking with portals.
Oh god.
Ooh,
I'm still not used to that because I always like go through one portal and then there's like a portal right next to it and then I'll yep, that just happened. I accidentally went to your house. What? Oh, no, I'm glitching. Ah. Oh my god. What the hell? Ah! Help me. There we go.
I found more heads.
What does that look like?
Add them to my collection.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
What?
I'm wearing the Crimson coat boots and pants.
Nice.
I look like a pirate. It's like...
I used to collect all the Crimson Cultist stuff I could find.
Yeah, I have a banner, 2 banners outside my house from the Crimson Cult.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm afraid I'm attracting more Crimson Cult people.
They don't. They only spawn from the obelisks. However, if you start progressing through the actual mod, then you'll start spawning far worse things near you. The mod has a mechanic called warp that basically means that your character is going crazy, and they then start seeing things. The things that they see actually do exist and will try to kill you.
Oh.
Yeah.
How was that? Oh, that's a hobgoblin.
Halfway to level 8 now. That's exciting. Goodbye, Shrees.
Goodbye.
Didn't give you permission to leave. Oh. At level 7, I didn't even get a point. What the heck? That's disappointing.
Why did they end up redoing the server?
Because they
Or
took
restarting it?
they took so many mods out of it.
Oh, okay. What other ones other than the morph did they take out?
Let's see. They started having an issue with the server itself, and they found out that it was because of an interaction with Thaumic Energistics and some other mod. So they still have applied energistics on here, but it no longer has the Thaumic component on it, meaning you can't store Essentia into your computer system.
Oh, that's okay though. I mean, for people like me, for people
Right.
like you, I don't, you know.
I'm not even concerned about it. The only power source I have is this leadstone solar panel, and the only reason I made that was because I wanted to get into advanced genetics so I could start making Ventium dust. However, I now have 11 stacks of Ventium dust.
Nice.
I am no longer concerned with it.
I wouldn't be.
However, if you were to make a computer system, I would probably start putting things in it.
Yeah,
Just
probably will
saying.
eventually.
Let's see. I guess I'll drink this mana in a bottle. My guy just exploded because of it. And he pissed himself? And lit himself on fire. That's great. Okay, so I needed an empty bottle. I didn't want to make an empty bottle, so
Could have asked. I had tons.
I have a whole bunch of potions if we need potions.
I just...
Oh my god. I found something really cool. Found a
What'd you
creeper
find?
pet. It explodes
creeper
when
what?
you want it to.
Creeper pet? Oh, yes. That's neat. I haven't found any of the pets. Man, that's alright, though.
I found one that was a little lava pet that lets you walk on lava, but
Oh, the Magma Cube
its
pet.
favorite food. Yeah, its favorite food is like nether brick or something like that.
Yep.
So I just put it on my chest because
I'm just using vein miner on like all the leaves.
That is a fantastic idea.
I just found a thumb.
Is it utility? It is. I am going to have to get Wizard's Autumn then. That'll be the next point that I buy. And what'd you say you found, Trees?
A thaumium pickaxe.
Ah,
Got excited because before.
The only
it
thing
was
about vein mining trees is you spawn a lot of ents. Die, ent!
I can imagine. With the Wizard's Autumn spell, I am able to cast an AoE effect that destroys leaves.
Nice.
thus making, well, autumn.
Oh, I found another Thaumonomicon. I'm gonna go ahead and take it in case somebody else.
Yeah, if you want to drop it by my house, undoubtedly I'll get to Thaumcraft eventually.
Right.
Shreese, have you found any rose gold?
Rose gold? No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't really been mining anything though. But if I find
Reminds
it, I
me,
will.
I have to go mining.
I need 4 more for the project
What?
for a project I'm working on. Hey, blue
You
topaz.
cut out a little bit.
I said I need 4 more rose gold for the project I'm working on. It's a small side project, so it's not anything dire. It's just one of those, I'll keep an eye out. Once I get the materials, I'll do it.
God, what?
That was me. Yeah. So
There we go.
inconsiderate.
What?
I said that was me. God, you're so inconsiderate.
Oh, who's trying to kill me? Who are
It
you?
is I, the great sky orb.
Ah!
Let us scream. Okay, so I guess there's nothing here. But there's too many heads.
The talking heads.
These are kind of cool just because I like to see all the ones that they have.
They are.
You know? I found a chance cube.
Wait, does he have... He does! Who is this guy? York Arg. He has a nice skin. Like, he looks like an engineer, kind of. He's got leather bracers. He's got goggles. He has a mustache, beard combo. But he has the symbol for Thaumcraft on his back.
Chance cube! I hope I don't die this time. Oh, what is that?
Well, he's dead. Whoops.
I got a pig of destiny. I'm gonna kill it.
Oh, be careful.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Pig of Destiny has a 5% chance of spawning with thorns level 100.
Yeah.
I tried to warn you.
Now, where the hell was I? Oh, there.
Cocoa beans! Seriously? Why didn't I think of that?
Why didn't you think of cocoa beans?
They're brown dye.
Yeah. I could have told you that.
But you didn't when I asked.
Right, because I actually forgot.
There we go. Okay. So, I need a water bottle, which I have a glass bottle for.
Field notebooks.
I just need to fill it with water. Ta-da. Oh, no, no, no. Get out of my house. That is not where you belong.
That's rude.
That's weird. She dropped a pink deviating lily seed.
That's normal.
I deflowered her.
Sure, that's weird.
Mm-hmm. What I do in my Minecraft world is of my own design and none of your concern.
Wait, so... Does thorns work when you, when it, walks up to you and then bumps into you?
No. Well,
Okay, good.
yes and no, I guess. Okay. If...
Oh, it actually took damage.
Okay, if you have thorns on you and a monster bumps into you, they technically attack you, and then they take damage.
Okay.
If a creature with thorns walks up to you and you just kind of walk through it or brush against it, then nothing will happen. Because it's
Okay.
only a counter damage ability. Okay, someone's here. Be right back.
Careful. Saw him.
Move, Athena. Move.
I need to get a cookie sheet, and there's a case of scalloped potatoes in my car for you guys.
Okay.
My cookie sheet's got a cake on it, which you'll have to dump. But I need the cookie sheet.
Yeah.
I have a cake this week.
Oh my god, I accidentally hit a fox.
Probably trash can.
No, not the foxes.
Any ounce of the dog didn't get into it?
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh god, another one
I
of
don't think
these
you're gonna
room
do that. Throw
things.
that in the trash. I'll take the cookie sheet.
Die. Die. Die.
I can hear you
Die.
thumping from here. Crazy
I'll
dog.
take it outside and just dump it.
Okay, well, the little man that gets commodity sent a whole case of scalloped potatoes. Can't leave them frozen.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, yay, I can get this purple slime.
Nice.
Cherry tree? Cherry tree. And... nope. Sakura tree.
Is that all of them?
What the hell is that? What
I
the...
think.
Oh god. That's a mole.
A mole?
Mole.
Weird.
Drops fur. Duck. That does not drop anything.
No, I guess you are allowed out, aren't you? Alright.
So many dinosaurs here.
Right?
Oh, goodness. Okay. Grandma brought a whole bunch of scalloped potatoes, and she needed her cake pan back from the Peeps cake.
Ah.
The good news is she wasn't surprised to find that no one had really eaten it. Alright, but anyway, I'm back.
That's good.
Forgot what I was doing. Oh, yes. I need to make more of those runes.
I think I should go ahead and take this nether wart, considering we can't go to the nether and I might need it.
That would be a good idea because
Same with the nether port.
I'm gonna need potions at some point.
You're gonna get them because I've been looting like crazy.
There we go. Leather. Alright, so the hood needs a purple rune, which means I need purple. Purple floral powder. Purple dye is blue and red. I have red. So I mix red with lapis. I'm so bad at colors.
It's okay.
Like, seriously.
There's a medic in this place, and he keeps following me around everywhere.
Is he healing you?
No, it's the Viking. Place.
Medic?
Do I want a thaumium hoe?
Well, yes and no. I mean, like, you can't repurpose it, sadly. You can't tear it apart to get other resources. But you can... The thaumium hoe is a component for the hoe of growth, which digs a 3x3 area, or tills a 3x3 area, and is capable of making plants grow very quickly. All
have
useful
too much
stuff,
money.
in my opinion.
Right. Okay, I'm coming home.
Okay,
There's a person.
he's a person.
There's one.
Hey, the mage hood has an EMC value.
Where is a lady that I can take home from this village? Ooh, you. I'm taking you home. Yeah, you're not married.
You're not married. I'm stealing you.
Now, where the hell was my house? There. I might have to walk since she can't fly. At least I have my chicken.
Well, that's a good trade.
That's how they did it in the olden days.
Yes. Let's see, I need 2 white runes and a piece of coal. I have the coal. I just need to find some bone meal. Perfect bone meal. Oh my god. I don't know whose kid it is, but Tabitha has a child over.
Oh yeah, I knew she was gonna do that. She said it's her
Oh my
granddaughter.
god. I got another jellyfish from a chance cube.
Those are fun.
Oh, those are cool. I forgot about those.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go around them with my person.
Just gonna walk away. Yeah, goodbye.
Oh, what the hell is that?
I need gunpowder.
I have gunpowder.
I need to sufficiently powder my guns.
Yay, another jellyfish died.
One of them did. Usually it spawns like 10.
Yeah, there's still like 6 more.
Gunpowder. I have 1 gunpowder.
Make that 5 more.
Healthy is, but it's here.
What else did I need?
Okay. How do I get home? I
Yellow
should probably
rune.
take a portal gun with me when I do this stuff.
You could.
I could, but considering it's really
Oh
hard
my
for all
god.
of us to use portal guns.
There are so many dinosaurs. Oh, there goes another one.
Let's see. Yellow rune. Leather, gunpowder, mage leggings. Haha. Now my mage boots. Black rune. Ink. Ink. Oh, but I need a feather.
Have you ever seen like a mod pack that had the mod where it gives like girlfriend and boyfriends?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what Minecraft Comes Alive is. I've never actually played with it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Need 1 more
Where the hell-
leather.
Okay, I'm not gonna question
that's-
anything. My lady is in a tree.
That's why.
Yeah, it's just one of those, that time of the year thing.
Best explanation.
Right?
And she scared the hell out of me, and I almost killed her.
Yeah, that's also how relationships work.
Hey, I found another infinity orb.
That's cool.
Green, I think.
Oh, that would be really cool. I need it.
I know. You'll have to wait.
I need it because I don't start getting green orbs naturally or green skill points naturally until I'm level 20.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, it is. Hence the reason I want to use it. Well, when you get back, I'll show you.
I'm already here.
I've changed how I look. I'm pretty now.
I'm pretty now.
Sure, you're the most prettiest person ever.
I'm on my way to your house.
Have fun with that.
Hi.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Now I just gotta get my lady in my house and then set her home there.
There's a rock behind you.
There's a rock behind you.
Oh gosh. There is. I killed the rock.
Concussion creeper. I'm out of mana.
Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Boop.
That was great. That's going to be wonderful in the video because you're like, watch this, and then suddenly the music stops.
That's
And
kinda
then
scary.
boop.
What the hell is that? Oh, it's a power crystal.
Don't talk about my mom that way.
It's a power crystal. Oh, that guy.
He'll die now.
Oh,
He doesn't appreciate you doing that.
you look like Fran.
That was my biggest fan, and now he's dead.
Give me Splash.
Hey, I leveled up again.
Why don't you just go ahead and brag about it? Hmm.
I made my face look pretty.
Oh, everyone's so pretty today. Oh, you look so pretty.
What?
That's awesome.
Where?
I made my face look pretty.
That is actually... That is cool.
It's cool. Ooh, I'll put heads on spikes right here.
Okay, back to my house. Bye.
Bye.
Ow. Ow. I'm stuck on a wall.
So,
I'm glitching now.
Oh, I fell.
you did. You did.
Do you need a thing?
I need the green orb.
Go.
Why isn't my portal working? Oh god.
Oh, here, take this too. And this.
Ow.
It's not letting me pick these things up.
I wonder if you can throw stuff through these portals.
Shreese,
Did it work?
it's not letting me pick them up, and I don't know why.
Oh my god, you can throw them through portals.
Ah, there we go. I got it.
Throw my helmet through here.
What did I get? I got Aqua Pulse Charge.
I have a green skill point. I'm so excited.
The way you whispered that was really
Oh my god.
made me uncomfortable.
The world won't load in.
Oh, I found another head. And I also have 2 thaumium ingots.
Nice. There's
Oh,
a
I'm not
usable
using
for
them
thaumium stuff.
No.
Your face is like sideways.
That sounds about right.
What just... Somebody threw a creeper at me.
Me.
Oh my gosh,
I've-
thank you.
Welcome. You can explode things. Just don't
love
explode
it.
me.
I won't. I'll explode something over here. Oh god, it was in my hand. I'm gonna go cry now. I wasn't prepared for these repercussions.
What is
That
the
is a
rift
great
spell?
Spell that is
Rift storage. By tearing open a rift in space, granting access to a small dimension to store items, the rift lasts for 60 seconds before closing automatically. More buff power modifiers give greater storage access. Shift right-click to close the rift once it is opened. I think it's an ender chest. Seriously, I think I have access to summon an ender chest at will now. I need another level.
I just need to use this portal.
No problem.
Smithy. Oh no, not Covert Jaguar.
When the heck did I get so many loot bags? What the heck does Vibrant Ally do?
It's part of Mechanism, I believe.
Does anyone want it? Because I don't.
It's useful if you start working on Galacticraft, which is a mod that allows you to go visit other planets. It's very resource intensive, though, which makes it
the I
realistic.
is for?
The what?
Like the button I, when you press I, it opens like some sort of thing.
No, when you press I, that actually is for Thaumcraft.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice that.
When you press M, that's what that one's for.
Oh. Yeah, because it's like in regular Minecraft I have my inventory set to I. I'm like I tried to press and I'm like, oh, what is this?
Yeah, I can understand. Sharice, did I tell you I got those balls? Those orbs things?
No.
Okay, so I ordered from Wish a bunch of tiny little plastic beads that expand when they come in contact with water.
Okay.
So I now have a very large cup full of them sitting in front of my computer.
That's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Here's the funny part. I poured a few of them into a small cup. 10 minutes later, I had a small cup that was almost overflowing with these things. It's like, well,
Why?
because they grew that much.
Did you put them in a cup with liquid?
Yeah, with water in it.
Okay. I didn't realize you'd said that part.
Yeah. I put them in a cup of
Growing
water,
together.
and they just started expanding. Like 15 minutes later, I had my small cup was about half full, or completely full. So I put them in a larger cup, added more water, and now the large cup is completely full.
Are they never gonna stop?
No, actually, when they're out of water, they dehydrate, and they shrink back down to their original size.
Apparently mana bottles make you drop all of your stuff.
Various things can happen when you drink a mana bottle, as I've recently found out. I managed to create a water block under me and then light myself on fire. I'm very grateful it happened in that order.
Ow, ow, fire, fire, fire.
Fire burn.
Fire is friend, not foe.
Now I have night vision.
Oh, I just accidentally spawned 2 lamps. I'm working so hard on trying to level up.
Try harder.
I am. What? Oh, okay.
I heard about a mining world somewhere.
Yes,
Where
there.
can I find that?
Okay, go to my house.
already there.
Go through... do you know how... you know what? I'll just have to show you. There's no way back. I mean, there is, but isn't. But if you click on this will take you to Laura Dannon's house.
Okay.
Which is over near Cameron's house.
Alright.
Alright?
Yeah,
and...
this is the place I found.
Yeah.
Or, I think I found.
Oh. Oh, there is. There is a portal that takes you back to my house over here. I didn't know about that. I've been flying back this whole time. Alright, but, right here is a portal that'll take you to the mining world.
Alright.
And in the mining world,
So,
you can
is
basically do whatever you want.
Is there a way to get back from the mining world?
There is.
Is it the same little pedestal thing?
I think so. I've done it. Let me go. Let me figure this out. I think it's just right there where you spawn at. That's disturbing. Yeah, you spawn right in front of the dislocator pedestal that will take you back. And then this is the town that they're working on, for lack of a better term.
Alright.
Yeah, they're
I'm
gonna
still
build
loading
they're gonna
here.
build a town and shops and such here. It's gonna be pretty cool, really.
Okie dokie. I feel idiotic.
Just make sure you place a marker here so you can get back if you don't happen to take your portal gun with you.
Right. Oh, I didn't take that. No, I didn't. Plus, I only have 3.
Cool, there's a wireless charger here. I didn't notice that before. Goodness. All the resources Mandy has gathered. I'm just being nosy. I'm not actually taking anything, but God, all the stuff that... She had an ender quarry
heck?
set up mining around here.
Ah! Okay.
And there's like 3 or 4 chests full of stuff.
What the? There's so much stuff coming at me right now.
Yeah, it's a demon event.
Ow. 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 What is hitting me?
Probably just, yeah, the beholders floating above you. I'm shooting them with fireballs, but apparently fire's not working with these guys.
Ow. Tiny little horn things are coming at me.
Yeah, I don't know what they are either.
I think that it said nether soul.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the reason. One of the rules on the server is don't go into the nether. And the only reason that is a rule is because the nether is broken. It's full of all these monsters that, well, are annoying.
Yeah, I'm lagging horribly in this world. Ugh. Oh, there we go.
Is that... Oh, it's molten glass. That makes sense then. I thought Mandy may have found herself a liquid Ethereum cow.
That'd be cool.
It would be. Oh, that's awkward.
What?
The portal at Mandy's house that leads you back to my house spawned you inside of my inscription table.
I might
type-
just have to mine in the regular world because I cannot.
It's probably
in
just
this
because
world.
the monsters right now, once the event ends, it should be more level for you.
Yeah, I'll just wait till the event ends. I didn't even know there was an event going on.
Yeah, as soon as I entered the mining world, it popped up, and I'm not entirely sure why. Like, I don't think me entering it was what triggered it, but it did happen to trigger at that moment.
Oh, kitties! There's so many kitties in this house. Paul, Spencer, Scruffy, Drops, Tub. Okay, there we go.
Darn.
Oh, darn it. Ah. No, that's... Oh, yay. I trusted something I shouldn't have.
It happens.
I tried to eat arzosaur meat. It gave me a really big slowness. And I still can't get outdoors. There we go.
Well, now that I know about it, I can't just not make it.
But
Oh. I found a thing. I don't know what it does. It's called the Evil Looking Book.
Oh.
So, of course, well, I'm going to play with
Oh.
it.
of course.
Sounds like you.
Yep. That's the easiest way to learn.
Or the easiest way to die. One or the other.
True, but indeed, death does bring some experience.
The ultimate experience.
Yes.
Never share with anyone.
I could share the embrace of death with you.
Please don't.
Okay.
Keep that to yourself.
Okay. Let's see. Where did my item frame go?
I took it.
Did you?
No, I don't even know what that is.
You know what item frames are.
Do I?
Yes.
Oh, I have some of those, but no, I didn't take it.
Okay, I need another arcane compendium, which means I need to borrow an item frame if you have one not in use.
I have like 5 not in use.
Okay.
I have 4. I'm sorry.
Oh.
How do I get to your living?
How do you what?
I was trying to figure out how to get to your living establishment,
Oh.
but then I remembered.
You could always go through the portal that I made and then through the next portal to Tabs.
Right. Hi.
Hi. I only needed one.
Oh well.
And I only needed it for a moment.
Oh. Well then I'll come back.
Let's see, right there will work. Because I just need to put an item frame on the wall near this pool. Add the book. Let the essence pour into the book. Thus making the arcane compendium. Combine it with a wooden leg to get the evil looking book. Don't know what it does. So guys, if I die, well, it was nice knowing you.
Did I get your stuff?
Okay, it's a component of some sort. It must be, because right-clicking with it does nothing. Well, it was a learning experience, and I learned it.
You learned it.
I learned it.
go.
Whoa, that's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll just give the gun to Tab. I have no use for it anymore. Ow.
I have both Peabody's portal gun and the Bacon portal gun.
Whoa.
Yeah, I
Oh,
have
you have so
Peabody
many?
too. I just gave you it because
Oh,
you now
that's
have a portal away from.
Atlas.
Um,
Okay, I now have Atlas, Peabody, and Bacon. Weird.
yeah, because the Atlas one goes from your house to Angel's house.
That works.
I got a mess.
I believe the other portal right here. Yeah. Which one was the? I think it was this one. Okay. Yeah. Go through. Yeah.
Did... Oh, it ran out of lava. That's why.
Portal.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No,
I
I
love
didn't.
this bacon. The potato gun
Yeah.
makes such like talks. It's wacky, but it's cool.
There.
So, it turns out that the smeltery ceases to function if it does not have lava.
What?
I know, it surprised me too, but I wanted to let you all know.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You're awful.
Yep. Alright, so I'll put the evil-looking book here.
But it's only... It just looks like it's evil.
Yes. It's a little different than being evil. Standard
What is
mana potion with Ventium dust. Sharice, do you have seeds? Regular Minecraft seeds?
Good. Let me check for you. I have one.
Oh.
I have one seed. I have 4 seeds. But my game just froze, so... Okay, good. I have 5.
I have 1. So that's helpful. How many water bottles do you have?
I don't have any.
Do you have empty potion bottles?
I do. I think I do.
Wait, actually, that might be exactly what I need. No, that's just a potion of swiftness.
Just check all the potions. There's a lot of them. A lot of different ones. I found them all in the dungeons.
None of them are. These are all the normal ones. I need something a little different. I'll
Wait,
just...
You just need an empty potion, empty bottle.
Yeah, I could make...
I might have one. Let me check.
Yeah, I just found some. So I'm set. Thank you. I was
ran into a wall.
using that.
Were you really? I
Yeah.
didn't know you were still here. I'm sorry. Here, I'm putting it back. There.
Ah,
I didn't realize you were there.
portal. There we go.
I just need water now. Hey, there's water in the front yard. Oh.
Don't take my water.
Okay,
You need
I
my
did
seeds.
go through the wrong portal. It was this one.
Just sticking random items in your...
Go.
I need 2 of those seeds, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I had to shut the... Stop moving. Oh, I didn't mean to throw all of them at you.
It's okay. I'm going to use them to make mana potions.
Go for it.
was that Epion die?
Okay.
Ow. Ow.
There, now I have some mana potions.
Yeah, I
What
want
do
it.
frost webs do?
Don't know.
Let's see. There's a bat or something that I can kill with this. Okay, they apply slowness. And okay.
What? A witch spawned behind me.
Okay. That sounds like a personal problem.
It's quite personal. I'd appreciate you not investigating into my affairs.
I'm sleeping in a tree.
That's the best place to sleep.
I just realized, since I put the portals outside, on the outside of your house, monsters can get through.
Yes.
That's not good. I didn't think about that.
Ah, so many stupid creatures. Okay, I'll get my portal gun and then move it.
I need to make
Potato gun? I think it was. It was. I'm gonna just put that there.
Oh, I remember. Armor stands. Okay. I am in desperate need of the armor. Stands of the armor.
Oh my god. These dang Kendril Knights.
Have I seen those?
Yeah, they're the dirt blocks that try to eat you.
Oh, yeah. They're great friends.
Yeah.
What? The what are you? A Ninetales.
She throws fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's hurting me. But
Kinda wanna
hurt.
see that.
Oh, it's awful.
Where?
It's weird.
Oh, God.
Hey, I found Osmium ore.
What the hell? Fallen Knight.
Oh, yeah. Not everywhere, too. I do. That's what I would do. Okay.
It's not a cave.
I am so close to level 9.
Oh, I just realized I have a few waypoints to ravines. Okay.
Where's my...
I found Vikings that have not been assassinated yet.
You might need to fix that.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Careful.
Oh, good.
Eh.
Dude.
Oh god, there's like 10 of them here.
That's not good.
And I'm at 2.5 hearts.
Run away.
I love how it like says the NPCs like are dying.
Right? Yeah, anything with a
funny.
name.
It's dead.
The hell? Joust?
Ah, nice.
You are now champion of the joust.
Of the joustings.
Yeah, get some egg providing chickens.
I haven't seen very many chickens. Actually, I don't know if I've seen any.
I've seen a few, but very few.
Right? With all the other mobs, it's kind of...
Normal
as
mobs, you
many
don't see
there.
normal mobs as much because of the spawn cap being taken up by the other mobs.
You're not allowed to play here? Aw, that sucks. Chest plate. Okay, so... Not meltdown of bronze, chest plate.
Do you need bronze?
I don't. I was just trying to get rid of it. Okay, I feel better now.
What the... What is Ender Eye? I don't feel like that should be living, so... Oh no, Afrit, Afrit. Ow, Afrits. Oh my god. Die. Die.
Goodbye.
You hear someone scream in pain, and you're like, well, goodbye.
No, Luna walked into my room, stared at me, and then just walked out, and I'm like, okay, well, goodbye. But I mean, I would do that if I saw somebody screaming in death and stuff. I'd just be like, well, I've gotta go, so good luck with everything.
Yeah.
I'm not a very helpful person. By now. Don't agree with me or I'll cry.
You're the most helpful person.
Oh, I know. I did your laundry that one time.
Right? It was great.
The hell? I found a creep. It
What?
looks
Are
like...
you in my mind? Oh, never mind.
Awful.
Oh, there's more wonderful stuff here because of stupid lava.
Frickin' Kindrel Knights. Not every dirt block has to have a soul. Sometimes I think about the things I've said after I say them.
Oh god.
And it's like, what
Right.
what brought that on? Alright, I'm almost level 10. Level 10, I should get another burst of inspiration.
Inspiration. I need a chest full of meat.
Oh. I might be able to help you with that.
Felt more awkward after I said it. I'm just like, I don't kill people, I swear.
But
Okay.
people are made out of meat.
Tacos good. Paleo salad.
Paleo salad's a good food.
Chupacabra meat.
I don't know about that one. I haven't played with chupacabras yet. I mean, not the meat.
It says, I ate it. Eating it raw can cause hallucinations. I ate it raw just once, just to see, and it gives you
Nausea.
audible hallucinations. Like you won't actually audible.
That's cool.
So you just hear these awful evil screeching.
Oh, that sounds good then. I can handle that.
Sounds like my daily life. Ooh, I love little meat morsels. They're so much fun.
They have a name, Sharice.
It said meat morsel on it. That's it. All this stuff too. Eat that raw silix meat.
I think that's a great idea.
You know what else is a great idea? Something's a great idea.
Wow. Thank you. I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Oh,
Oh,
Don't worry. Sometime, someday, you'll be able to stay logged in for longer than an hour.
ugh.
something in my room screeched.
It was me.
Well, I told you, if you want to come over, just let me know. Don't hide under the bed anymore. While the creature it comes from is disgusting, once cooked, this rich meat is absolutely delicious. Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, be careful about eating the silix meat, because when you cook it, after eating it, you explode.
Are you being serious?
I am being completely serious. 10 seconds after you consume your last one, you explode. Kabloom.
So don't eat. Just keep one at all times.
No. I mean that if you eat one, you get a 10-second debuff. At the end of those 10 seconds, you explode. If you eat another one, the debuff resets.
So no
So
matter what,
you're gonna explode once you eat one. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, as long as you continually eat one and make sure that there's no gap more than 10 seconds, then yeah, you're fine.
That's okay. Why doesn't it say that on there?
I don't know.
Where do I do I die when I explode?
No. It only does like 3 hearts of damage.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm excited to try this then.
Okay. Stand outside.
I accidentally vein mined. Oh my god.
You vein
Is there
mined a
hats
god?
on this?
No.
Is there hats on? Is there the hat mod on this?
No.
Oh, well, I just saw a zombie wearing a hat, and I
With
thought
fishing
there
rod?
was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of Biomes of Plenty.
I just flew up into the air
Yep.
and that was exciting. That was kind of cool.
That was kind of cool. I always found it to be really annoying, but hey, it was kind of cool.
Pretty worth the.
The food amount.
Ah.
Yeah, so like it's a good food if you're not near dying.
Right, that's true.
Vein mining stone really helps when you're mining.
Yeah, you uncover a lot of stuff quickly.
I always end up doing it on accident. Like, nice job, Sharice. I'm just.
There's
Okay,
so
I
much
will-
block lag. Okay, oh, there it goes.
Wait, that's witchery, not. You don't belong in there.
I belong anywhere I want to be.
You know what? Not everything's about you.
Oh. I am sadly mistaken. Hey, I got Invar out of that. Not that I need it, but hey, I've got it. Alright. Anyway. Time to go back. There's not really any rhyme or reason to the mine shafts I'm digging. I'm seriously only doing it to get experience for my spells.
That was scary.
Nope,
man,
and my
wow.
pick broke. Okay, I have to
That
go
doesn't
back
mean
home
it
now.
was scary.
That's what I like about Ars Magica. I don't need a pick.
Oh god, I gotta leave. Mandy's here. I'm in her house. Oh god. How do I get out? How do I go home? She's gonna judge me. He? She?
She.
Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. There's some people named Mandy that are boys.
Yeah.
So.
Inigo Montoya's actual name is Mandy Patinkinson.
Oh, I love him. That's why. Oh crap, that's really far from my house.
He was really good in Dead Like Me, if you haven't seen it.
I've never even heard of that.
Oh man, he plays a father-like character, I guess. Like he's not actually the main character's father. But he is a guide type character for her. And it's a woman who died and became a Grim Reaper.
That's cool.
It is really cool. But of course, she's a rebel, so she breaks all of the rules. Mostly just because she can.
That's exciting.
In fact, there's several points that she's asked, why did you do it? And she's like, just to see if it could be done.
It kind of looks like I'm pooping out string because my inventory's full and my spider pet poops out string.
That's
So it
exciting.
looks like I'm pooping out string.
Hey, whatever you do in your free time is up to you. I will not judge you. Less so if I don't hear about it, though.
sheep. Killed the other one too.
I feel like starting to try Ars Magica because I kind of want to start it. It looks cool.
It is so cool.
Especially for the lights because I really need lights that aren't torches.
Yeah, and the lights are an early level spell. Oh my god. I just tapped into a buried ravine, and there are 2 chance cubes, like, right there. But they're being guarded by a Keppel Shade, which looks like some sort of demon. There's also a skeleton nearby. And a chupacabra. I'm assuming it's a skeleton, because there's something shooting arrows at me.
Never tell anymore. Hey, so I just found an Ars Magica 2 flower.
Oh, yes, I need it.
Can I break it?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't know if it'd be like that. It's a bunny. Oh my gosh! I found another one. How many? Do you need all of them, or just one? Or?
What do you mean? You found more than one of the Ars Magica flowers?
Yeah, they're the Sarah.
I need all of them.
Okay, well, there's like 5 around here, I think.
That is cool.
Okay.
They're a spell component.
So how do I start Ars Magica?
Alright. Come back to my house.
Already there.
Oh, even better. I will be there shortly.
Okay.
I just need... I've got some stuff I gotta cram into my bag here. And then I'm gonna break these 2 chance cubes, so I could die. But it's for science.
Yes, exactly. Science death is. What was
Oh.
that? I just stepped in poison ivy.
It gave me 10 ender flux crystals and a useless generator. Because it broke 2 of them. That works. It broke both of the boxes. Alright, I'm on the way back. Alright. Hi.
Hi.
I'm grabbing the initial component you will need. Let me see. It is a
Well, I need
book.
inventory space because I have none of that.
Oh, yeah, you should work on that.
Okay, I'll be right back then. Just dumping everything. It's like I don't care.
Like every magic mod, there is a book that will guide you.
Yay. Ow.
However, if you don't know anything about the mod, it doesn't tell you how to make the book. And that's a problem. You have to actually know how to make the book before you can get into the mod. But that's why I'm here.
Right. So, what's the book called again?
The Arcane Compendium. But here's this book. Because it doesn't tell you how to make it by looking at the mod. You just need a regular book.
Alright.
And then follow me, because I've already got somewhere set up for it. See this liquid?
Yep.
It is needed for the mod.
Anytime.
It's perfectly safe to walk through. What are you doing down here?
Whoa.
Alright,
Hey,
I have an item frame set up here. Right-click on the item frame.
did
Oh.
you use an elementum?
Oh my. Oh.
And that will guide you through everything. Open it up.
Okie dokie.
It'll run through a quick start guide for you and start explaining things.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yep, no problem. What were you saying, Charisse?
Alumentum.
I'm
From
sorry.
Thaumcraft.
Elementum?
An alumentum. Yeah. That blue flame.
Oh. Yes. All right. If you are holding it in your hand and you right click, it explodes like TNT. Consumes it, by the way.
So
It'll only destroy
I'm not
weak
gonna-
blocks, things like dirt. But it also burns much longer than coal does. And it's able to... Wow. Thank you, Mandy. That's wonderful. But it's also used for Essentia distillation, which, you know, isn't something you're really going to get into.
Not yet.
Oh. Okay.
Probably won't. More books for me.
I made it. I'm level 10.
What'd you learn?
Whenever you gain experience, any equipped armor will also gain some too. The amount gained is equal to the total amount of experience you just gained, divided evenly among all equipped armor pieces. Any armor can store XP. Stored armor XP can be used at an armor imbuement table. I'll play with that later. Infusion, in which Ars Magica armor will drain mana from your mana pool to repair itself. Due to this mechanic, all Ars Magica armor has low durability and won't last in a prolonged fight. Taking the armor off will cause it to stop infusing. Must be equipped to the mechanic to function. If the armor is at full durability, there is no mana cost. Cool.
Oh my god.
Charm creatures into fighting for you. Plant.
Okay.
I have the ability to rapidly plant things. That's cool.
Nope. In my house.
Oh, you want me to test it in your house?
No, I said I fell into my house. Like, boop, in my house. Also, I found some creosote bottles.
Oh, cool.
Excited. Oh, I'm gonna come over to your house and flowers to you. Boop, in here. Where?
Nice. I am downstairs in my mind, but I'm on the way back up. What's up?
Okay, that's good.
What were you talking about?
Brought you flowers.
Oh, a bouquet.
I'll never use it.
Do you want a valiant princess?
What?
Do you want a valiant princess?
Do I?
I don't know, do you?
I don't know what it does.
I can give it to you.
Will it hurt me?
No. Here you go.
Stone bricks, glass, coal, and blue topaz. I think I have blue topaz.
But I can never get into bees.
Well, I don't know. I just asked if you wanted a valiant princess.
True. I found a spriggan. A spriggan? Excuse me.
Do you want a useless generator?
I don't. Is that the pink one?
Yes.
Yeah, no thanks. Not falling for that one again. Again.
It doesn't even have an EMC value. There is no
I have blue topaz.
no use for it.
Okay, coal. I have that. Stone bricks. I do not have that. Stone bricks.
I want my house to be a museum.
Maybe it already is.
That's why I have all these spaces.
I'm so happy I took all that cobblestone.
Alright, did
I
I
would
get more
really like
points?
to-
I got another point.
Okay. I got confusing powder.
Okay.
That seems worthwhile. But maybe I'm confused.
That's funny.
Heh. Heh.
No, not Blorf!
That's such a funny name.
That's great. Alright, Sharice, I am going to craft a new spell, and I need you to help me test it.
How about nah?
It doesn't do damage.
Oh, okay.
I'll come and watch. It might be funny.
It might actually kill me. So I
I'll just
have
watch in the corner.
the phenomenon.
I'm waiting for that stone to melt.
Let's see.
Do I need to come over yet? Or
No, I still have to craft it. So if you want to watch it get made, then sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of effort.
Alright.
I'll
Don't
have
even
to-
know what components it takes, so I may not even have everything I need. Need Ventium dust.
What happened to my... Okay.
I need an arrow. Which I thought I had some in here, but apparently I don't.
Do I not have? Oh, darn it, I don't.
I need another snowball.
I have your snowballs.
You took my snowballs? Oh my god.
No, I actually just have random snowballs that I don't
Oh, cool.
need.
You want to throw one in here for me?
Yeah, I guess.
I only needed the one, but that works.
Yeah.
An orange rune, so... Let me go make sure that I can make more of this stuff.
Well. Ow. Ow.
Why don't I just do that? All of the runes that I've made, Sharice, I can use in the EMC table. It would make so much more sense to just do that rather than crafting new runes every time.
Yeah.
Is that a steel sword? I happen to have a steel sword. That's wonderful. Oh. Well then, I had a steel sword. Oh, there it is.
Well, this is it.
It's not a steel sword, it's an iron sword. Never mind.
I'll forgive you for lying. I feel like I'm being stabbed.
And now the spell parchment. Alright, Sharice.
Okay.
It's ready.
So one question.
Yes.
Can I just craft the first recipe in a normal crafting table?
The first recipe.
Like the Oculus?
Yes.
The Oculus.
The Oculus is made in a normal crafting table.
Okay, then I'm borrowing your crafting table.
Alright.
I'm fine.
Yep. Do you have blue topaz?
Me?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
If
Ooh,
okay.
ooh. I don't have a sword out. Shreese, kill that before it kills you.
This thing?
Yeah, that thing. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't. I was looking at my phone.
Sounds appropriate.
It sounds like me.
Let's
Okay, what am I
see. What? I'm picking a spell effect for it. Like what it looks like and such.
So
I do. Okay.
if I going in your mind, coming back out now.
All right, Shreese.
That's why it didn't work.
It is named. All right, pull out your sword. Can you stand up? All right.
I am.
The spell is titled Unhand That.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Give it back.
Uh-oh.
Perfect time to use it. There was a guy that had an item.
That's cool.
Okay,
It
now.
is a sword named Ultimus.
Is it ultimate?
It's actually kind of cool. It's a Tinker's Construct cleaver. Made from
Nice.
iron.
Exciting.
Yeah. 3.5 hearts worth of damage. So like 7 attack damage.
Right.
That's cool though that just got him to drop it. Ah, I like this spell.
There it is. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Is there anywhere like special I should put it?
Not
Or
particularly.
just
I just kind of stuck it in a section of my wall. So just
Okay.
wherever you want.
Go. Oh my. Alright, what next was it that I needed? No, not that. Need to go back to guides. Inscription table. Okay. Goes. What was it under? It's under mechanics, maybe? No. There it is. No. What is it under?
What?
Where can I find the inscription table crafting recipe? Because I cannot find it.
If you open your book and go to your page where
wait,
it says
there it is.
Oculus, it's right there at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, yay. I have to find the spell parchment. Whatever the hell that is.
It's a stick, or 2 sticks, and a piece of paper.
Okay. Now I regret deleting that one portal. Ooh, sugarcane right over there.
Black runes. Camerite. Okay.
Okay. feather. I really wish this chicken pet gave feathers instead of seeds. Or instead of eggs. Do you know anything else other than a chicken that drops feathers?
Rocks do.
Okay. I'll go to Sharice's house then. Seriously, as soon as I need rocks, all the rocks disappear from Sharice's house.
Right.
Can I use chocobo feathers?
No, I don't think that they'll actually work.
Darn it. Wait, I thought I killed some rocks before. Maybe, just maybe, I took their feathers. Sharice leave?
Don't think she did. She's floating over my house
Yeah.
right now. Hi.
Probably on her phone.
Probably. I'm playing with magic. I am a great and powerful magician.
I have like next to everything except for feathers. What the hell?
Nice. Birds also drop feathers.
Okay.
Chocobo feathers don't work for what you need, but well, sometimes birds spawn in weird places. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I have returned.
That's exciting.
I know. I was so hungry.
I am too. Why didn't you get me anything?
Really far away.
Oh. I suppose that is a good enough reason.
It would be cold by the time I got there.
It sounds like you're not
Sharice, do you
trying
have
hard enough.
feathers? Because I cannot find any stupid birds.
I should.
Like flipping out over it.
Just regular old feathers.
Yeah.
How many you need? I got.
Let me check. Just one. Should I come to you or you come to me?
I don't care either way.
Okay, I'll come right through the portal.
I care.
Okay.
But no one cares.
Oh, she just went through the portal that I went through.
Keep going back and forth.
What? Okay, I'm here. I'm glitching. I'm glitching. I'm glitching. There we go. Thank
There you go.
you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, slabs. I think I should have some wood. Yeah, tons of wood. Okay. So, okay, I have everything. Just have to remember how it goes. Alright.
That's what I was doing.
I did it.
Hooray! Ugh.
Oh. Okay. Step. Spell. Spoken the script. Wait, did I? Oh, wait. So I need a. Oh yeah, I need a book and quill. um.
I haven't seen any squid.
I haven't either. I mean, I did when I first got here, but none of them have been back around since then.
Alright.
I am going to AFK for a little bit, though. I need to use the restroom, and I'm going to get something to eat.
Okay. Guess where I saw a chocobo by someone's house.
I have some outside of my house.
Okay. I just need their feathers. Like, the feathers they drop, not when they kill them. Drop your feather.
Probably have to end up killing it. If not, I should have. I have. Oh, I have 3. Want one?
Just like a regular feather? Yeah, that one.
Chocobo.
Yeah, that's what I need. I'm gonna pick it up.
Won't let you?
Oh, there they go. Okay, thanks. Ow. What else do I need? Okay, now I just need the ink sacs. Ooh, I found a cat. Ow. It attacked me. It was not a nice cat.
Fortunately.
The hell? Ow. Ow. The wisp trying to kill me.
Oh, I hate those.
I got an essence from him.
Nice. Very nice.
Okay, where the hell are all the squids now? Oh, there I go. Again.
Forgot to tell you, Grandma stopped by.
Oh, okay.
She took her cake pan back.
Okay.
She told me that since no one was going to eat the cake, I should probably just throw it away.
How long ago did she leave?
It's been about an hour,
Okay.
I think.
She went to the store then, already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to the store with her, but shit happens.
Yeah, she stopped by, talked to Venus for a little bit. Of course, stopped in and talked to me. She left scalloped potatoes. She said they need to go in the freezer.
Okay.
So, I put them in the freezer over here.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That must be some of Jim's stuff.
She mentioned Jim.
Okay. Yeah. Grandpa Bill has a buddy Jim that gets commodities and odd things.
Yeah.
I'm assuming harvesters. And he's always bringing stuff to Grandpa. Well,
That sounds
And
right.
we end up with.
Oh.
Yeah, you hit puppy water, didn't you?
Yep. Found the water dish. I didn't put my foot in it. I kicked it, which is basically the same thing.
Same basic concept.
Yeah. Oh well.
It happens.
Uh huh. All right, I am back. Hello.
Hi.
There we go. I thought maybe you guys
I got
had
more
abandoned
nether
me.
jellyfish. Ow. Ugh, where are all the stupid squid? I found a random chest, like, in the ground, but it's empty.
Weird.
That is strange.
Fine. Oh wow, there are a lot of another jellyfish going on.
Yeah, now I'm just looking for an ocean or a river that I can hopefully find some stupid squid in.
Well, if you get tired of looking, I have the recipe for ink sacs in my transmutation table.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea. The Mushroom Village.
I found another village over here. It's an ice village.
Oh, that's cool.
Charisse,
Yeah.
do you have an enchanting table just laying around that you don't want?
The enchanting table I have in my house is the only one I have.
Ah.
However, you can have it.
I think I have the obsidian needed to make another one.
Yeah, but I'm probably not going to use it.
That is so weird to hear you say.
What?
That you're not going to enchant anything.
Why would I?
Because
Never use it.
you always enchant things.
Until you yelled at me.
What? When did I yell at you for enchanting?
Like the enchanting thing. Because you're all like, why would you enchant that? And I'm like, because I wanted to.
That was because I needed them for
Because
quests. That was different.
I'm a strong woman. Ooh. What is this?
Is that? Oh, darn it. Yeah.
Charisse is a mighty warrior.
Wow, that was a lot of leather. Whoa, that is a snake. How about you stop, man? Back off. It hurt me. I need to make a scoop. Oh, cool. The cult members are here.
Fun.
What kind of houses? I can't really tell. Best part of Minecraft and flying. That's cool. It's a house. It's a village with a Great Wall of China around it.
Yep.
That's just basically the only way I could explain it. Great Wall of China.
What am I missing? Oh, I need a carpet.
Wall of China. And a goat.
Ah. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you don't mind, could you do the exact thing,
Sure.
please?
No problem.
Because I cannot find any squids.
If you got an infusion table, be sure to place it on your infusion table so you can make more.
Yeah.
Wow. But why? I don't deserve that.
None of us deserve that.
What? Oh, server closed.
Yep.
But why?
says like.
Ever?
Yep, forever. Now let's see. Huh, she's not in any of the chats.
Who's gonna play D&D?
I know, yeah, but she plays D&D via Discord.
Oh, I don't know.
So we don't know why the server closed.
Don't know. It might restart.
I mean, like, there were admins on me, so they could have closed it manually.
Yeah. Well, I messaged her.
Might go play League.
You should do that.
We just crashed the server.
Fun,
Yeah, since it is down for now. I will join you in some League of Legendings, Sharice.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Mandy
Are you
just
gonna-
messaged me.
Oh my god.
Yes,
But I
it
just
crashed.
shut down Minecraft.
Who's running a production table?
Production table? I would blame someone that's not me.
It was either the admin or the other guy.
I'll be right back.
I will be right back. I just have to put my clothes in my closet.
Okay. Oh well, she'll message us when it's back up. Until then, we'll just have to wait.
turn.
Welcome back.
Thank y'all.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
Well, still nothing really.
Alrighty. I shall be right back once more.